Hey, how you doing? How's everybody going? Tommy, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. I think it's 2 bits. I don't know why it's showing up as one on the little chat window there. How are you? Saw you got a sub the other night, so hope you're enjoying the emotes and all that. And yeah, let's hey Flares, how you doing? What's going on? Controller, there we go. So this is Bayonetta. Oh, here before D&D starts. Nice. I hope you have fun with D&D. I have no idea what this game actually like is. So like that's gonna be fun. All I know is that Bayonetta's in Smash and she's pretty cool, I guess. People really seem to like her. I'm going in the red. Probably should turn my mic down a little bit. Maybe that's a little better. That should be better. I think I usually don't like to go into the red. That makes. I know. Yeah, I know literally nothing except for the fact that she's in Smash. I don't know. The action game, I think, is what it said on the little tags. Nice. I'm not alone. Tyler uses an autosave feature. Cool. Cool. Love that. Difficulty normal, easy. I'm just gonna go normal mode and see what happens. I assume there's a hard mode that I can unlock later if I really, really like it. In a universe of light and dark, where perception is reality. Is that Edelgard? Kinda. Oh, this is the stage. Yeah. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, I think she like kills angels. I think that's what she does.
Long since erased from the records of time, there once existed two European clans who served as overseers of history for the powers that be. The Umbra Witches, dwellers of the
I
darkness,
think that's what we are.
and the Lumen Sages, controllers of the light. The clans paid each other great respect, and their efforts to maintain the balance between them defended the just passage of time. Yet one day, that balance was toppled.
Oh no. What happened? Was it me? Did I do it? I probably did it. I seem like I would be up to some mischief. Seems like it plays like Devil May Cry. Oh, that'd be interesting. Another game that I know nothing about.
Fell into disagreement and stoked the flames of hatred against each other, resulting in an era of strife. The conflict between the Umbra.
Oh, she got a little... Oh, I'm supposed to be playing. Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess X is like the button where I hit people.
It was truly a gruesome war.
Alright.
Despite the tremendous radiance of God shining upon them,
I didn't think it would just throw me into it. It was wild. I love it. Feels good though, I gotta admit.
years after the balance was lost, the war had ended in the Umbra Witches' favor.
Poor Bayonetta was taking some hits. Alright, well. Game looks pretty. I love it. Oh, I can shoot? Okay. Well, I should knock them up. Well, I don't want to do that. That's... I'm kidding. Oh, that's a big boy right there. You see that? Look at him.
Their victory was short-lived.
Oh, unfortunate.
Fearing the witches' dark abilities, humans began to condemn the name of
Also, Tommy, thank you for the follow. I saw that you followed earlier while I wasn't live, and I wanted to just make sure I said thank you.
resistance and subjugating those who wished to continue the struggle. Human faith in the miracles of their god pushed the witch hunts further, and soon the Umbra Witches, keepers of the darkness, were extinguished from the earth.
Except for me. Yeah. Hey, bro, how you doing? What's going on, bud? All right, yeah, Edelgard, come on.
Let's go! Just stay close to me!
That's what I'm saying. I see a couple frame drops, but hopefully it's not anything too awful. Present day. I'm good, thank you. Buffalo of Blood. Energy Gem. Oh shit, the Order of the Sun. Guess so. I'm undercover? Snooping? Oh no, yeah. What system? This is a PC. This is the Steam version of the game. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh, that's blood. Oh no. The Order of the Sun is killing themselves? I'll figure it out. I know, like, I heard, like, on the Switch or whatever system this is on, maybe the Wii U, there's, like, other things. Save, I guess. I don't have to watch all that again. You know, create any save, did I? Hell yeah. There's, like, costumes and shit, like, you can be, like, Peach or something. It's pretty cool. I know, I know. Team Little Angels. Oh, that's who they do. Oh, cool. That's a cute way to do the opening credits. Pretty good. Pretty good. How was yours? Cannot complain. Platinum Games, established 2066. Or, yeah, 20, I guess. Yuji Shimomura, cinematic director. This is a cool way to do it. It's a shame they're all dead. Yusuke Hashimoto, producer. Director, Hideki Kamiya. Please don't block me, Kamiya-san. Don't block me, sir. It's fine. I'm okay. I haven't done anything.
It looks like Humpty Dumpty's taking his last fall.
What are you doing? What are you? You look like Humpty Dumpty.
Gets scrambled in the end, right? You know, I still don't get why the hell you dragged me out here for these things. I just drop off the merchandise. Hey, bet you can't guess what today is.
He would be voiced by Joe Pesci in a live action. Well, played by Joe Pesci in a live action movie.
People been waiting for this asshole to get whacked for ages.
It's snowing. Oh, gross.
Hell, look around. There's no love lost for old Humpty Dumpty. But you gotta keep the outfit happy. We don't take care of him, they take care of us. And I prefer my shoes made out of rubber, not concrete. But hey, it's that kind of town. Without good-hearted souls like us to put
What did this game originally come out on?
Where'd society be?
Hmm.
Of course, the pay's not
I
bad
can't remember. Am I too loud? How's the audio balance?
Jesus, you really get into this shit, don't you? If it were me, I'd be praying he ends up barbecue. Or at least sunny side up. But the only way this guy's meeting the Lord is if God's hungry for breakfast.
Up a little bit? Gotcha.
We done here. My kids.
As soon as I can figure out how to...
birthday cake tonight. Cute little fuckers, I tell you what.
As soon as I get out of this cutscene and can pause the game, I'll turn the game up. 2009. Cool.
What the fuck? They're here? For this douchebag? Ah! I hate this damn light. I can't see a thing. Oh! But they're there, ain't they? You hearing me? You can see them, can't you?
I see them. They are instruments of God, descending upon his heavenly rays to earth.
Oh my God!
Dear Lord, grant us guidance and keep safe the souls of our loved ones for all eternity.
Let the Bible hit the floor. Infinity, third sphere, angels. Wait, isn't this game like really over the top? That's what I'm here for.
You look tired. Let me tuck you in.
Ah, shit! Come on! It's my freaking birthday!
Happy birthday! Oh, that was close. Oh.
Mother of Mary! Ah, ah, ah. Oh God! Oh God! Ah, ah, oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh shit! Forgive me, Hitman! I didn't mean all that Humpty Dumpty shit! I swear!
Oh god, look at you.
Next time you want your hands on me, you better make sure I'm dead. Now move out the way.
Rodan?
If it ain't my good buddy Enzo, how about you get out of here? You die, and I'm gonna have to go back in that hole chasing after the money you want.
Do you naughty little angels deserve a good spanking?
Beautiful.
He looks good.
Bayonetta.
Veterans. Damn, I love this. This is like so over the top and ridiculous, and I love it.
Cheeky. Throwing me these cheap toys.
Don't worry about quality. I've got quantity.
Yeah, she is. Look at her go. You can hear me smiling. It's like, this is gonna be fun.
If you're just gonna watch, I'm putting you to the work. That was your last call. No more shots from me, Bayonetta.
As long as there's music, I'll keep on dancing.
Yeah, home run for sure. Oh my god, I love it. Love her. Okay, hold on, before I do anything else. Oh, I had it really low because I wasn't sure how people would. Maybe I can turn it up a little bit on my end and then turn my voice down a little. That'll probably be better. Let's try that. Let me know how that works. We're gonna audio is weird. I just switched over to regular OBS, so we're gonna have to play with it. For a punch, press Y. Okay, thank you. For a kick, press B. Oh my god, there's so many combos. Oh! Oh my lord! Oh, she's got the spine blaster. This is great. This feels so good. I'm just having a little fun. I think I got the gist of it. Evade using right trigger. Okay. Oh. Okay, this is gonna take... Evade timing is not my specialty. Get him, girl. Hey, Courtney, how you doing? I'm a button spammer, too. This is how I play Smash, so, like... Except without the evasion. How are you? There we go. Doing good, thank you for asking. Okay, I think I got the gist of that. Let's see what's next. Witch time. Dodge the last possible instant to activate Witch time. Okay. Slow motion. Oh, well. Slow motion's not much good if you don't hit them. Try and get that Witch time. Oh my god. Nah, this game was like, this is my jam right here. Oh, I missed that, but that's okay. Yep, okay. That's fun. That's real fun. Very rare spiritual metal containing the essence of an angel's life force. Used as business transactions with Inferno. Cool. Nope. It's a little different once you got two of them on your tail. Yeah. Okay, I can control the camera. Cool. They're Halos, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they were just Sonic rings. Sega did make this game. Or publish it, I guess. Platinum made it. Come here, come here. That's right, that's right. Feel the burn. Who wants some? Who wants some next? Oh, you? Oh, you want some? Alright, alright. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, as soon as I figure out how to hit you. Did I die? Okay, I did. Oh, shoot your way out of a combo by holding Y or B. Okay, now it's gonna teach me how to shoot. Okay, that's why. Oh, right, she can foot shoot. Rotate and press. Okay. Okay, this is gonna take me a minute. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. Oh, okay. Is that a math or a hold? Oh my god. This is so much fun. This is so satisfying, actually. This is so freaking satisfying. You have no idea. Maybe you do. She doesn't seem to want to run out of bullets either, so that's great. Alright, I think I got the gist. Come on, come on. There we go. I bet you it won't let me die right now, because, like, why would it? Give me these. Oh, she can double. Okay, cool. You got butterfly wings and everything. I feel like I might just end up doing bullet climax by accident and how I play games. Umbran Tears of Blood. Okay, what is that? What is that achievement for you? Oh, cool. Did I win? Oh, no, not yet. Oh, look, it's you. Enzo, I think your name is? Oh, shit.
I'm not dead yet! You can't take me like this!
Well.
It's against regulations, I tell you!
Is it really against regulations?
Ah! Damn it, who did that? I just bought the damn thing!
Cool. We broke the dude's car thing. I'm so sad for you. I'll buy you a new one.
Figured it out yet? There's no quarter for you in this world.
About dimes and nickels. Okay. Oh my god, look at that. There's a lot of buttons to keep track of, though, and by that I mean 3. Come on, boss man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Having very much fun. I got a silver medal. I could have gotten a gold, I think. But I'm not here for the rankings.
Should be paying me for even touching these toys.
You have any idea how much this is gonna cost to fix? How the fuck do I always get wrapped up in this shit?
Ed and Edna.
Engine still purrs nicely. Now, about this little thing you've been looking into for me, Enzo. Let's have a quick chat.
See? This is why I told you I was going home. I just got held up in the air by some invisible things, and you want an intelligence briefing? It never stops with you!
You keep bellyaching like that.
Yeah.
Able to wake Eggman from the dead. And I don't think either of you would like that. Catch you later, Bayonetta. Something tells me you're gonna need a rush on our special project before the shit hits the fan.
Wait, Rodan. What about Eggman?
Such a popular chap. I bet they hate him down there as much as you did when he was up here. We just need to make sure he won't come crawling back when they kick him out.
Nothing a flower bed can't fix. Fill her up.
Fill her up, please. What'll it be, fellers? Mustard or ketchup?
Finish up in 5 minutes or you're walking home to your cake and candles.
What? Don't you leave me here!
Yeah? Oh, I don't know what I did. Okay. Hit a button, but...
Oh, what a day! I'm screwed! Ah, it's gonna take every cent I earned on this charade to pay for the damage. I tell you what, if I could see them bastards that did this to my car, forget about it.
Enzo, the road. Pay attention, dear.
How can you be so calm? You're still getting screwed in all this too. Of all the low-life scum in too deep in this town, I've never seen one get wrapped up in a fight with God's messengers.
God!
Dressed like a nun too. When you end up in the afterlife, that's not going to be pretty.
I can't help it if I like the little outfits. The toys are nice too.
Yeah,
20 years ago, you woke up stuck in a casket at the bottom of a lake. All you can remember is that you're a witch. But now, you're stuck because you gotta sacrifice our halo-wearing friends every day or they'll drag your ass back down to hell. I know, I thought I got screwed, but being forced to slap around the divine for a living, that's really getting screwed.
If I needed a biographer, you wouldn't be my first choice. I see to the funeral. You get me the information I asked for. That was our deal.
Come on now! Look at my poor car! I'm working for free after this! At least let me get a drink at Rodon's before you start drilling me. The info I got is good. It's gonna get you close to finding the other stone in the pair and figuring out some of that lost past of yours. I swear.
Oh, damn.
After jewels instead of cash, just like a girl. Jesus, can't you take a joke?
No.
Enzo, someone's given you a present. Too bad. I can't stand bugs.
Game looks real good for 2009, actually. I'm sure it's been like remastered for the release that it has now, but
Huh? What the fuck?
well, rip your car, dude. Maybe you too, I don't know. Will you be missed? Probably not. Game's got style. Game's got style. And she has quite the ass. Oh, I would not have dodged that in time. Straight up. Oh, hello.
You? What's the matter, Bayonetta? All that sleeping made you soft.
Magic Age, oh boy. Torture attack. Oh my god, so much is happening. What kind of torture attack are we talking here? Like, oh, I see. Okay. That kind of torture. Alright. What do you want, Birdface? Hey, come here, bitch. You take damage, your magic gauge will decrease. Okay. Arcade bullet. Okay, for angel attack. Come here. Let me torture attack you. Come here. Oh, I see. Many different kinds of torture. Damage -2. Okay, so I guess I can't die, but it affects my ranking? Is that what's going on? Alright, red girl. She's gone. Damn, she got like some little traffic. She got some traffic cones. You see how like sharp those are? Oh, all that before the car hit the ground? Okay, that's really cool, actually. Got a phone. Oh, at least he got his hat back. That's good. I was worried. Gates of Hell. This is your bar, Roda?
Those assholes sure know how to get attention. Even perk the ears of the hotheads down home.
You don't say.
It's getting harder and harder to tell the worlds apart. Human world. Inferno. Paradiso. Who can tell the difference?
Even harder with Purgatorio in the middle. Fight long enough in there and you'll really lose sight. Why the sudden interest in metaphysics?
It's a balance, right? Even if some of them like messing around with the humans, we've all got a stake in the status quo. When people keep fucking around like this, the Book of Revelations is gonna look like Mother Goose. Heaven and hell are gonna go straight for each other's throats.
Heaven and hell can tear each other to pieces for all I care. I've got my own problems to worry about.
Something's up. Everything was a bit too brazen, and Enzo's tip makes the timing too perfect. This reeks of a setup. Someone in one of those lost memories calling you out. I got a little present for you. These babies are special. Built from an alloy the devil himself would kill to get his hands on.
What is it? No, show me, show me.
Break these, because they're one of a kind.
So am I. Mmm. Hot.
Calling me out? I don't go in for strange offers. Then again, I'm getting a little tired of these weaklings they keep throwing at me. Maybe I should aim for something a bit more high class.
Pounding them down tonight, baby. Not to butt into your affairs, but I'm pretty sure you got somewhere better to be.
You know,
Guys you're up against aren't the type to wait for you to...
now I understand the appeal of both her and, like, the series. Like, I understand why this is so acclaimed.
Enzo, her drinks are going on your tab, buddy.
This one too?
You deadbeat motherfucker.
I didn't use their items? Okay, cool, whatever. That silver award looks good. Got a no item bonus. Alright, cool. How the hell do I do this? Okay, thank you. Aim and fire on the angel targets. Appreciate. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Don't get a lot of, Okay, okay. Cool. Oh, I'm out of bullets. Alright, well, round over. Okay, that wasn't very good, but it's alright. Okay, so I can get lollipops if I get more. Okay, well, that was pretty bad, actually. Alright, so you can die, I guess. That's something to keep in mind. I don't got no. Oh, okay, you get points for halos. Yeah, I wasn't using them on anything else, so. Okay, do I press it? Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. The Angels Metropolis. Save. I don't know how long this game is. I don't think it's that long. Alright, well that was... Okay, that was just for me to practice my combos.
I asked around, and some whale in Europe is trying to fence a huge rock on the black market. He calls it the right eye, saying it's part of some set called the Eyes of the World. Fits the bill of what you're after, don't it? Now, here's the funny bit. The stone passes around the halls of power for hundreds of years, vanishes, and then the black market goes white hot for the thing. But the seller wanted an arm and a leg for it, to the point no one could stomach the price. So back goes the stone. But not before everyone figures out where the guy is. You're gonna enjoy doing this one, I bet. I love sticking it to the rich. Of course, when you do, don't forget your old buddy Enzo stuck his neck out on this one. Slide me a few
Where are we
fuzzles
going?
out of the rich guy's pocket for my troubles, right? Anyways, you better get going before the trail gets cold. Off to the middle of nowhere. Paradise of Europe. Vigrid.
Oh, not France. Maybe France, I don't know. Do I have an entry visa? I hope I have one. Don't worry, I don't have much. I do like these boots. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's time to wake up. Oh, wake up out of your sleep. Wake up in the name of Jesus. Do you have your entry visa, honey?
So, this is supposed to be paradise?
They're in the middle of nowhere. They have some awfully impressive weapons. Resident of Vigrid. Maybe a part of the religious doctrine, but everyone is wearing holy vestments. As long as I'm in Purgatorio, I won't be able to intervene in their affairs. But that also means I should be able to check around and get around this place without the interference either. Okay. Can she wall jump? Okay, she can. She wall jump over one wall. Oh shit, no, read it. Signboard, okay, cool. Is there like an adventure aspect to this as well? Cool. And jump on the train. Yeah. That is what I am talking about. Okay, you can't break the top of the train. That'd be fun, but I see why not. No, you can't. Let's walk through these people. Alright, where am I going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Metal detector. Okay, cool. Good night. Oh, I guess I passed through the detector and nobody saw me, huh? Because I'm not... I guess I'm in Purgatorio. That was cool. Field shut. What do I do to turn off the security system? Oh, they ricochet. Oh, fantastic. Thought that was gonna be something for sure. Walking around me and not, you know, doing my thing. Okay, hello. Scam invisible. Okay. Oh, I see, I see. Keep hitting it. Alright, cool. Yep. Jump duration. Boom, iron door. I don't have anything to insert, so do I go down? It's death? No, I don't like it. Cool. The mandragora root is a concocting compound used by witches. Is used to spice up. Okay, cool. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? Seal of the sun. Upon a pedestal, there's an engraved headstone, which is the resting place, marking the special witch. Okay. Can I hit it? Yeah, I can. Yeah. Got a big ass key here too. You see that? Look at the size of that. What? Oh, I see. I do have a health bar. I just assumed they wouldn't let... I guess they didn't want me to die in the prologue. Alright, well, we got that. That was taken care of. Cool. Alright, cool. Now I got this big-ass key here. Put it in the keyhole. Nice. What is? I've never actually played Bayonetta. Voyage towards truth. Okay. I've been a journalist now for over 20 years, always aiming for the guiding light of truth, always pushing forward. I believe that communicating is the core tenet of all journalism, chasing it until my legs turn to rubber, and the truth is burned into my retinas. Cool. It's Antonio's notebook? Well, good for you, Antonio. Oh, I have to select exit. Hello. Instead of 2 crystal statues, but wasn't in pieces. Well, I was trying to make 2 of them into pieces. It has been destroyed in an unnatural manner, as if in a fit of rage powered by a deeply held grudge. Okay. You can tell all that just from the way it was broken? Cool. Wicked Weave. Wicked Weave techniques summon your hair as a conduit to summon forth demonic entities. Connect these techniques to punch or kick combos for a devastating finish. Okay. Ooh, she stepped on him real good. The bullet, yeah. Yeah, all of her guns. I think all of her guns are in Smash. Yeah, photo finish. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. I got a gold medal for that anyway. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, and she kissed it. Oh, this is so much style and... No, it's displaying a message. What does it say? The Lumen Sage and Umber Witch. When their powers meet in a test of strength, the lightning released will be your test. If you wish to walk upon water, prove your mettle by dodging the lightning at a single hair's breadth. Okay. Oh, I see. I did that pretty well, honestly. I'm pretty proud of that. Revives one's vitality instantly, one obtained. Okay. Oh, so it heals me. Okay. Strange walls. Okay, so I just have to kick it. we go. All right, let's see what's going on up here. Who we got? Who we got? Yeah, someone. Oh, they saw it. Lift power by magic. Oh, so they don't know. Okay, cool. They're scared of the guns. That's right, that's right. Baked gecko. Okay. Well, I wouldn't eat it, but you know. Poor Geico. 15 minutes couldn't save him. What's up? Who's that?
I knew it.
Oh, it's you.
This
Okay.
town's teeming with heaven's little helpers. It's making my buddies downstairs awfully nervous.
How you doing, bud?
And your point is?
Some places in this world are closer to Paradiso or Inferno. The rat hole of the town you and I live in is close to both. But the Vigridians, it got a special air about them. They're closer to Paradiso than anyone should ever be. And that shit just plain creeps me out.
Yeah, no, it's pretty creepy, honestly. I don't know what it means, but like...
I guess I'm gonna have to set up shop here and score me some halos.
Oh, you're the
These
shopkeeper.
stupid rings are worth a fortune back home. Since it seems you're spoiling for a fight, if you come across any of these, bring them to me.
I probably don't.
I'll hook you up.
Maybe I have enough for things? I don't know.
Another one looking to line his pockets. I'm beginning to see why Enzo is so fond of you.
Real cute. But let's get one thing straight. Your fights are yours alone. I'm only here to watch.
All right, come on. Hey, I wanna give you my rings, bro.
Coming to me for help.
No, you get one thing straight. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the fact that you made these guns. If you get in my way, I will... How do the Americans...
I don't know.
Oh yes, bust a cap in your ass.
Right on, baby. Right on.
Way funnier than expected. Okay, but can I please go to your shop thing? No, please? Thank you. Yeah, enter the gates. Yeah, I want to go shopping. Damn, those hips do not lie.
You here for business or pleasure? Either way, I'll hook you up.
Coming soon to DVD and... Oh my god, 100,000? Woof! More my speed, okay. Alright, so... Oh, you can buy moves, okay. Thrusting, okay. She's got a lot of... Holy crap, there's so much. Let's try it out. Oh, no, I'll take that, actually. No, don't try to get... Yeah, I'll take it. There we go. What do you got? Okay, nothing here. Exit. What do you got in the exit? Okay. Goodbye. Thank you for your air dodge. Appreciate you. Let's see. Where we going? Right here. This is where I came from? No, this is where I came from, I think. I can't tell anymore. Okay, yeah, this way. Unicorn horn. Okay, useless by itself. Yeah, Okay. Check. Converted from an ancient temple into a train station? Come on, man. Hello. Crystal, Witch, and Sage. Alright. Within Vigrid City, there are a great many structures built long ago by the two clans, the Umber Witches and the Lumen Sages. Amongst them, all have the sun and moon duality, evidence of a particular outlook towards the universe. The witches representing the moon and the sages representing the sun, burned into the fabric of the city in various ways. The other one must have been a lot longer. One of these structures, a pair of statues crafted from high-quality crystal known as Beltiston crystal, featured both a witch and a sage. The statues appear to hold some special significance. According to ancient records, they were created to aid in the training of the art of overseeing time, a skill only the two clans were capable of practicing, that also served as the key to locking something away from public view, should the clans feel the need for secrecy. However, the exact details of this art are unknown. Now the city, scarred by the tragic witch hunts of the past, has seen many of the statues depicting witches, destroyed or heavily defaced. Even these beautiful crystal statues were unable to escape the calamitous fighting. Okay. Unfortunate. Can you swim? Oh, this is too shallow. Can you go in there? Come on. I know you want to. Where you going? Give me a fight. Give me a fight. Yeah. Look this. This is pretty. What? You got some Amaterasu in you, girl? Come on. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Make it bloom. Uh-oh. The Angels. Come here. I got air dodge now. You think I'm scared of you? No? Come here. Applaud. Archangel. Third sphere Archangel. Applaud. Okay. Come here, bird brain. I think I'm afraid of you? Press the left stick to throw it away. Okay. Oh, I can literally... Okay, wow. Wow. Oh my god, look at her. She's like a pole. She's on the poles. Press X to... Yeah, okay, I did that. Hey, don't you... Oh. That's so cool. Oh my god, that's so fun. What do you want? Come here. Hey. I wasn't even in range of that guy and I took him out. I love how this feels. So satisfying. Oh my god, look at you! Damn. Just wake up or something? Beloved, well not by me, I'll tell you what. Alright, baby face. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's cute. You think you're cute, huh? Climax? Okay. He is big, but I'm bigger. No, I didn't get enough gigatons, but that's alright. I didn't realize what I was supposed to be doing. What now, bitch? Can I pick that? Oh my god, can I please pick this big-ass thing up? Damn it. Oh, I can? Oh, hallelujah. Oh, it's small now. Oh, that's a little disappointing. Bomb mouth militaire. Golden LP featuring the crystallized voice of angels. Some sort of silhouette is drawn on it. Oh my god, it's a boomerang. Yo. This game is that bitch. Like. Purple butterfly. Butterfly-shaped gem that contains magical power in crystallized form. Revives one's magical power when obtained. Okay. Sick as hell. Okay, let's go in the door now, Bayo. That's right. Pure platinum metal. Okay, for no damage. Cool. Well, I guess that what I had before is gone, so I'll take this instead. It's a shame, but...
What are you doing? Let's go.
Did she get some flashbacks or some shit? Oh, shit, look at this dude. Oh, that's not as much damage as I expected. She's like some Vietnam flashbacks or something. But I have witch time, so you cannot touch me. Maybe you can, I don't know. It depends on my ability to perfect. Oh, shit, okay, you got that. Alright, fine, fine. You got it. You fair and square, you got a good hit on me. Okay, also, you got 2 good hits on me, but that's less than 3, so... Come on, come on, come on. Is that all you got? Is that all you have? Okay, that is not, in fact, all you had. Alright, fine. Well, little did you realize that's not all I have. Okay, that was indeed... Good hit, fair and square, yeah. Alright, yeah. Come here, I'll get you, Bitch. I'll keep doing this for as long as you want. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Bet you scared now, huh? Little dragon baby head ass. Mm-hmm. That's right. Get out. Get out of here. You ain't shit. Oh, flashback. So that means I really didn't take any damage. So, you know, that was all practice. I didn't take any damage. I am not in... I guess I am in a little bit of pain right now. What you got? Got any of those, like, things that heal you? Witch's Brew. I've discovered the existence of something called alchemy. It is the deconstruction, combination, and reconstruction of everything. Metal, flesh, even spirit. If one understands the logic of the age and the law of equivalent exchange, alchemy is a prime example of the era in which it was developed. Although lesser known as is the fact that alchemy is an offshoot of the witch's secret art of concoction. Concoction was only practiced by the Umbra witch clan, and the materials, amounts, and methods used were never shared outside of the clan's inner circle. However, in the chaos of the witch hunts, some details were said to have slipped out, including knowledge of the primary mixing compounds, baked gecko, unicorn horn, and mandragora root. Also hidden was their role in controlling defense, offense, and vitality. It has been discovered that correctly combining these items may result in the creation of various useful compounds. These materials are, obviously, no longer in existence, and even if they still existed, outside of being a member of the Witch Clan, one would have to take out a contract with a dweller of the Netherworld to obtain these rare items. In case of emergency, witches place these materials within Purgatorio, a realm in between the Trinity of Realities, in which the items are said to still remain. When creating a concoction, the correct procedures, amounts, and combinations are absolutely essential, and the art is not for the inexperienced. Cool. Oh, are we doing this now? Okay. Well, I got some, what do I got? Okay. Mimic. I got a mega green herb lollipop. I'll take it. I needed that actually very badly. Okay, so how do I get to that menu again? Okay, so equip, I have... Okay, so I can do that. Okay. I'll use that. I need that real bad, so... Do I want to go to the gates? Sure, I'll go to the gates. Is it gonna make me watch that cutscene again?
Well, well.
Oh,
An
different.
Angelic Kim's Gold LP. Got your hands on something awfully rare, haven't you? That thing is the perfect bait to coax out some of hell's uglies. One note hits their ears, and a damn who's who of Inferno comes pouring out of the inner circles. Then I can use them to breathe life into what I make best. Weapons of mass destruction. Tell you what, you give me that record and I'll order up something so fiendish, angels will cry at the sight of it.
Alright.
I'll just have to pop down to the tropics for a bit. So take a load off.
Alright, well, you're in the tropics now, but what am I supposed to do here? Come on, give me what I want. Are you back? You back? Alright, cool, welcome back. You alright?
All done. He's a little rude, but he makes up for it with charm.
I have that.
Be nice to him, okay?
Onyx roses. Because I have to buy that? Oh my god. Sergei's love. Oh my, these are so expensive. Oh my. Absorbing attacks on limit. Oh, I see. Moon of Mahakala. Repellent enemies. Oh, okay. Any more techniques? Anything new? Heal slap. I ain't got no money, so I'll just, you know, I'll be back out here. Thank you for your patronage. Do I have this this cool ass weapon thing now? Oh, I see. I need more? Alright, fine, fine, fine. Okay, so let me, I don't think I did that correctly. So what if I, okay, so let me put these back on set A, and then I'll take these from set B. Oh, I can't do that, okay. Alright, fine, that's fine. Oh shit, alright. Oh, you're still alive, huh? You want some more? Oh, you're different, actually. Oh, I see, he's trying to stun me. That was... Oh, did I take a screenshot? I didn't mean to do that. Maybe the game did for me. What do you want now, bitch? Alright, fine, fine, fine. I die? Cool. Cool. I seem to have misjudged what I was to do, yes. Alright, cool. You know, first death, that's alright, that's alright. It's okay, so we gotta run back. This guy comes. Okay, cool. Jeez, I'm... Oh, okay. Oh shit, okay. Did she say fuck off? I mean, that's fine. I need to stop using the same ass combos over and over again. Alright, let's climax. It's climax time, baby. Come here. I'm not good at button mashing. It's alright. He's been eaten. Thank you. Thank you for your service, my friend. Silver. Whatever. I did better than that. Well, what do I know? I'm just a player. Oh, is that it? Is that the chapter? Ooh, bronze. Not good, but that's alright. I'm not here for rank. Alright, time for another game of Angel Attack, which means I'm going to absolutely be really bad at this. What was the control set? Shoot, okay. Alright, at least I got one before I went. Okay. 33. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Can redeem that for a I said no, it's okay. I'll exchange my points for halos instead. I want better things. I need money for that, so you know. Where's she going now? Where's she going? The holy city of Vigrid. Chapter 11. Wow, we've gone real far. I'm kidding, by the way. See what's in the gates of hell right now. Let me see if I can buy a move.
Take care of my babies, will you? Some people may have a thing for the 45s, but to me, these are the real works of art.
$69,000. I'm here for stiletto. Try before you buy. Well, this move works very well. Okay, cool. I'll take it. If I find more money, I will spend more money, but money is made to be spent, so. City of Deja Vu. Let's see what we've got going on here. Hallway. Right data, yes. Cool. Alright, start. Right, the stairs are gone, so cool. The moon. Oh, you are large and okay, you're slightly smaller than I thought you were. Hello, ma'am. How goes it? I'm better looking than you, though, ma'am, I have to say.
Fancy bumping into you here.
How has the stream quality been, by the way? Is it like still, is it dropping frames, or is it bad, or is it like good, or what we got going on?
You've quite the familiar face, and using the same
Badass?
powers.
Cool.
But you'll have to forgive me. Do we know each other?
Same powers? Don't make me laugh. Your little dip in that lake has left you a bit rusty.
You got the Louis Vuittons. You see that? Those red souls?
20 years now. The only rust on me is from the lack of any real challenge.
Gotcha. Well, I can't really do anything about the frame drop, but hopefully it's not too bad.
You've already disappointed me. This is a moment I've long desired.
I don't even know who you are.
But you've forgotten your destiny and wasted the past 20 years.
You're right. I do
Appreciate
seem to be
that.
having
Thank you,
trouble
Tommy.
remembering things of late. Would you be so kind as to take it from the top?
2 overseers, the eyes of the world. They are the power behind everything.
Can I fight now? John. Oh, right, you're Edelgard. I forgot about Edelgard.
Under the Umbran name, you may select opponents of your choice.
Then allow me to face the outcast.
None. Nilen Kiadagat. The child is of impure blood. Challenging her would be a violation of our tenets of faith.
It would not be the first time we've faced each other.
Kiard?
Will you face me in this hallowed arena?
Slayer, how you doing?
Well, if I must.
Welcome,
I've
welcome.
got a little something for you in return. You know, I'm very fond of stuffed animals.
This game is so stylish. When the moon shines bright in the sky, face the wall and press A to witch walk. Oh, I see. That's so cool. Okay, okay, you got me fair and square, alright. Right, I remember I can shoot my way out of a combo. But I don't remember how to do it. Oh, the witch hunt is over. Okay. Yeah, I'll continue. Yeah, Nami was very sweet to gift those subs. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. I'm God, who composed this game? It's music is fantastic all around. Yeah, I almost died, but that's alright. Silver medal still. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I assume the game is not going to get easier, which means I need to get better. Oh no, not the slowdown. There we go, there we go. It's fine, it's fine.
Jean.
Jan. Alright, where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, I can witch block now? That's right. What? Alright, fine. I can take you. Deer and decorations. Alright, well, whatever. Alright, you are... Okay, that is horrifying, but... Panther Punt. Take it. Yeah, that's right. That's gold medal for that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Please get on my way. Heal a little bit, maybe, you know, like that'd be pretty cool, right? Am I going the right way? I don't know. Hard to tell sometimes. This way? The moon? Oh shit, that's right. The witch block only works when the moon's out. So now means we're gonna fall. But luckily she is more competent than I am, and therefore was able to get onto safe ground. Hell yeah. Love Bayonetta. Come on, birds, scare the birds, scare the birds, scare the birds. An unknown metal wall. Alright, let's see. Within Old Vigrid, many ancient stone structures have been preserved, being developed further as they are repaired, leading the town to a peculiar sense of the historic. Modern architecture has also taken hold in Vigrid, starting with the central station. However, it is all to give form to the sacred institutions of the ancient sages. The architecture gives us a glimpse into the people's deep sense of respect for their past. This town keeps, of old and new, still keeps within its bounds several strange things that modern man struggles to make heads or tails of. For instance, dark green barriers made of an as yet unknown metal always seem to block certain alleyways. Their shape, comprised of many complex bricks, impedes one from proceeding down these ancient paths of the city as though they were a rejected visitor, even though it seems that these paths saw everyday use in their distant past. I may claim this material as yet unknown, but in reality, I haven't a clue regarding its composition. It is harder than heavier than anything a human being is capable of moving, or so I've surmised from examining its chilly surface. Pushing one's ear against the wall, the sounds of the other side reverberate and echo within, resounding throughout the inner workings of the wall as if a glockenspiel was playing scales. I've never seen a metal like this, but many of the walls within the city are made from this material, and from the cliffs one can see an enormous monument constructed from the same mysterious matter. I wonder why these lost witches and sages scattered these walls around the city. Hell yeah. Here's one now. Even a short examination of this wall shows there's no way through it. Press over. Hold on, what did that say? What does it mean by temporal witch power? How do I do
Want
that?
to touch me?
Oh, right, you can talk.
You want to touch me?
Right, okay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. How do I do it? Okay, controls maybe? Let's see the controls. Maybe I'm just forgetting something. Controls. Evade, lock on, action, use items, move camera, punch, kick. There is a lock on button.
Yeah.
Umber and Tears of Blood. Okay, nope, I'm just doing nothing, so clearly either I am stupid, which is probably the case, or there's something that I missed, or, you know, whatever. It's just an alleyway, there's not a lot here, so I must be missing something. Hello? Oh, this thing. Okay, that's what I have to do, alright. Right. Alright, so I have to be real good at that, okay. Missed that. Okay. Well, I figured it out. I figured out the puzzle. How do I like it? I love it. It's really cool. It's really stylish. And it's super satisfying to play, honestly. Have you played it before, Brabbit? There we go. I did it. I figured the puzzle out. Kitty. Give me health. Yeah. Break your shit out. Oh, this is cool. Who's this? Who's that? Who? Your car's dead, bud. You sleazeball? What's going on here? Yeah? Alright.
Do you believe in fate? Fate brought us here together, and it will never tear us apart.
Oh yeah, I don't trust you.
Damn it! I said stop! I'm authorized to use deadly force!
Such as?
Fuck! Where'd that bugger go?
Sayonara. Fleur de ciré eau de parfum. Such a wonderful floral bouquet. With its subtle hints of rosemary.
You smelling my perfume?
You know, in the language of flowers, rosemary equates to remembrance. Which doesn't quite equate to you, now does it? Bayonetta.
Oh, he knows me. Alright, how you doing?
Shit! Will you stop that?
That little Bayonetta was a nice touch. Seeing you here, I suppose it wasn't the only one. You've certainly bloomed, haven't you, my little Cheshire puss?
I'm not your pet. The name is Luca. A name you'd better remember. Ah! Shit! Damn it! Wait! You can't just run away from me like that!
I literally did.
I know what I saw that day!
Mm-hmm. Oh, did he see her come out of the lake? Oh.
I know all about your kind. Sure, my colleagues laugh at me for chasing fairy tales, amongst other things. But I know they're real. I know the truth. This smell. It's the same smell that clung to the air the day my father was murdered. Which means I'm right on your doorstep, Bayonetta.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Cheshire.
The name is Luke.
You need to hone your sense of smell, my dear.
There's no rosemary in the perfume. After all, rosemary's a demon repellent.
God, she's so badass. Right in the ass. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, that was... What a way to go. What a way to go. Alright, yeah, that died, what's that, 3 times? 3 times, alright, yeah. Oh, no, no, I wanted to continue... Shit. Damn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Well, at least I think it auto-saves. That's alright. That's alright. I don't think I missed that. That'll give me a chance to be better at the game. Yep. Yeah. We gotta do this again. Oh my. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about that. That was a mistake on my part. shit. Alright. You're fine. Well, that was bad. Extremely bad. Alright. Probably should have gone to the gates of hell and get some. Alright. Skip, skip, skip. It's a cool way to teach me witch walk, though. I do like that. That went real well. Even though I have died and gone back far because I accidentally hit the wrong button. That's okay. We're doing better than we were before. It's all practice, and I think I'm... Open the door. Do this again. Alright, come on. There. Now we can throw the car again. Maybe find something else to throw it at. Never mind, we're not gonna throw the car. We'll just skip this. What the hell is this? Oh, that's sick as hell. Oh my god, that's so cool. The witch hunts are over. I'm not gonna make the same mistake this time. Continue? Yeah, I want to continue. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I gotta watch this whole ass thing again? Yeah, I do. I want this freaking bow thing, my dude. Give me that. Platinum knows how to make it an action game, I tell you what. Oh, hello. Hell yeah. I think I'm getting it now. Okay, he says as he gets hit. I really need to stop talking. What do you want? Get that. Yeah, yeah, okay. Cool, 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 cool.
You only run away so fast because you've got something to run from.
Well, you know, that's... No, I'm just not you. I'm not afraid of you. I don't think I've ever been less intimidated by a saying, oh man. So, yeah, it's fine. If these halos are made of such a rare metal, then like, why are they so common? You know what I mean? That's where I came from? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Whoops. Okay, I recognize it now. My bad, my bad. Okay. I like how she slows her fall when she shoots. That's awesome. Okay. Cauldrons, okay. Got another book. Notes on the topic of Magic 1. Alright. The word witch usually conjures up images in our head of an old woman using strange magic, but peruse the history of Vigrid and you'll find a vastly different picture of an incredibly brave women who once inhabited the earth. They are known as the Umbra Witches. While these witches are said to have manipulated magic, there remains very little recorded history to back these claims. Yet, they shared many powers with their opposing counterparts, the Lumen Sages, and from their records we can gather a better view of what magic entailed. As overseers of history, they possess the ability to literally see everything in an instant, also known as temporal control. This technique sharpened all 5 of the senses and pushed one's emotional energy to its very limits. It is a world where a falling drop of water can become a crown, and a hummingbird slowly and elegantly flaps its wings. Temporal control is not just simply being able to recognize this world, it also enables one to boost their physical abilities and move freely within that single moment. Temporal control requires a sound body and mind, and complete grasp of spirit energy. While quite similar, the witches and sages each practice this art differently, leading to different names for their respective techniques. Witch time and light speed. Witch time. It seems that the witches on this earth fell victim to our world's passage of time and vanished into the abyss of eternity. Is that for me? Okay, go this way then. See what the city's got to offer me. I need a nice bite. Any food around here? Yeah, you got any good restaurants right here? This looks like one. There's one right here. Open up. Why? You won't let me know. Make my own way in. Yeah, that's right. That's right. What? What is this? Oh my god, this looks like an enemy I came up with once when I was younger. Enchant. Low blow, dude. These look like the dude from Okami, the wheel dudes. What do you want now? Why are you back? What? Oh lord, what? Who are you? Oh, okay, okay, alright. Two? That killed me, actually. No, it didn't. Close, though. That did. Alright, that's okay, though. That's okay. I'm not good at these types of games, but that's alright. You know, it's all in the... So how's everyone doing tonight? Everybody having a nice chill night as I beat the shit out of a bunch of angels? Hope everybody's enjoying themselves. Hello. was not very nice, dude. What? Alright, fine. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Now, give me those halos. I need those bad fuckers. Game, please. Now's not the time to show me the music disc, okay? I want the halos, bitch. Come on. You? Quasi una fantasia. About me. Witches were ones of talent. That is my impression after years of exhaustive research into the Umbra. Witches triggers within us all prejudices towards the paranormal or the supernatural. However, in this ancient city of Vigrid, the magical arts were a systematic form of scholarship. Of course, what I have learned about the witches will be labeled as fraud by the world at large, or undoubtedly dismissed as nonsense. I will begin these notes with items I have confirmed to be absolute facts with regards to witches. Due to their lack of contact with the outside world, we often feel that witches were a strictly hereditary order. However, this was not always the case. For one to become a witch, one must first and foremost possess incredible spirit energy. Those with the power could become witches despite being of low birth, and those without power could be forced into secular life regardless of any blood ties to a witch clan. Naturally, children born within a clan were often quick to grasp the concept of magic due to the environment around them, allowing their innate abilities to bloom at a much earlier age. Coming to grips with this concept must have inspired one to further hone their spirit energy. These children were also able to participate in extensive drills with other witches, and only those who had shown great promise and achievement were able to take their witchly vows prior to passage into womanhood. The exact nature of spirit energy remains unclear, although recognizing its existence within oneself and refining this talent further was the one true path to produce a witch of great liability. I'd like to check it, please. Okay, yeah. I can form a bridge? Oh. Good. We did it. What is that? Oh. The door gonna open? Oh, it fix the statue. Okay, cool. Does that mean the door's gonna open? This is gonna be one of those where I need to do the witch time, right? Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, thanks, game. Thanks for putting me back at really low health. I really appreciate that. Damn, I am wearing like almost nothing. Okay, I got my clothes back. Alright, cool. Alright, what demon am I gonna fight right now?
Who's there?
Child.
You've played enough hide and seek, my scurrying little friend. Just a child? What are you doing running around Vigrid? You're certainly not
How tall is she?
Sunday best. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words,
Alright. Alright. Gotta go back into the other world. Come on then, mate. That killed me. Alright, cool. I knew I was going to die there because I had like 0. Oh, I see. It keeps track of the deaths that I have in the level. Okay, so I've died 3 times. Yeah. Ah, it's always sooner than I expect. Oh, I remember you now, actually. Got a lot of health, bud. Oh, there we go. Quick time event. Did I die? I did die. Oh, it's unfortunate, but you know, that's okay. Oh, it really does. I don't know how many deaths it keeps track of, but like that's a lot. Oh, okay, I did it wrong. What was I supposed to do? I thought I did that right. I hit the button that it wanted me to hit, but you know, that's okay. Oh lord. Maybe I have to mash it. Oh, no, I think I hit it too early. That's what happened. Okay, I see. Pizza stopped keeping track of the fight. That's good to know. That's good to know. Oh, I did it wrong again. That's alright. Stop. I know you're laughing at me. Don't do it. Just shut up. It's alright. Nope, screwed it up again, but I'm hitting the button that it wants me to hit, so I don't really understand what I'm doing wrong there, but... There we go. Gigatons. There we go. That's all I had to do. Is that the end of the chapter? Yeah. Silver medal? Okay, I'll take that, honestly.
Oh, what a day!
The stone that's, okay, that's funny. Eight, not bad this time. I'm getting better at that. Yeah, I'd rather have the halos, honestly. I'm not really worried about score or anything like that, or rank or whatever, so... The Burning Ground. Oh, this ought to be good. I think I might save up for new guns. Actually, I got a new music disc, so I should probably see what's going on there.
Another LP? Working me to the bone. But no need to pity me. I was bored anyways. Let me go whip some things into shape for you.
Come back soon, okay, bud?
This took a bit of pound into shape, but the workmanship's solid. Now, go put this thing to good use.
Oh shit. Okay, we got the weapon. We still don't have the onyx weapon. Okay. I need that. Anything in your... Nope, nothing yet. Any tech? Heel slide. But I will save up. I don't think I need that badly. God, this game is so good. I love it. Did I save? Save again. Let us see here. We got I'm live for 2 hours already. Doesn't feel like it. Oh my god, can I just kill you already? I don't care about the taint. You're not a born witch?
If I was your child, I'd be an awfully ugly witch, wouldn't I? Yours is a face only a mother could love, and one I could never forget. If only I could remember where from. No quarrel? You're in no position to decide that. See, my infernal partners love my ability to eliminate your kind. I figure your sacrifice would shut them up for a while.
Ew. Oh, that's fire and magma. Was the city built on an active volcano or some shit? Okay, that hurts. Don't I have a weapon now? Let me... how do I... Oh, right. I realize what I am doing. Okay. You know what? Let me just... Nah, that's alright. I'm good, I'm good. I'll just deal with it.
Nice.
There. That was pretty rough. That was pretty rough indeed. That's fun. I don't care who you are, that's funny right there. Alright, Crash Bandicoot, come on. You're dead. get gold for that. I took no damn part, whatever. What are you? You look stupid. Fairness? I don't think so. Second sphere, though. Virtues. Ooh, that hurt. Alright, I get it. Oh, way to eat me. At least buy me dinner first, my dude. Alright, well, I apologize for telling you that you look stupid directly to your face, but, you know, I don't actually. It's fine. Okay, I was not ready. There we go. I'm very bad at this game, but you know, that's okay. Sometimes we have to be bad at games. Half of an EP? Oh boy. Gonna find another fairness? Fantasy impromptu. Split cleanly in half. Yeah, I don't know about clean. I didn't know Bayo could use swords, so it's pretty cool. There we go. Oh, again? Alright. He's so confident. Oh my god, the beautiful Joe reference. Slay, girl, slay. Oh, that was great. Oh, is it? Okay, is it Ryzen? I see. Cool. This is sick as hell, honestly. I love it. Or heaven, as the case may be. Yep. Oof. Come on, Bayo. You can do it. Another lava wave? What is this, the Norfair stage in Brawl? Come on now. Hell yeah. I got a book now? Okay, come on, Antonio. For witches, controllers of the dark power. Their ways of the discipline were actually quite varied. Breathing, movement, medicine, and tactics were joined in the Middle Ages by training in the operation of heavy weapons, culminating in a curriculum whose total breadth and intensity are hard to ascertain. This training forged both the body and the soul, honing each witch into a vessel capable of withstanding the rigors of the magical arts and allowing one to begin to interact with other dwellers of the magical realm. This interaction with the world of spirits lies at the very core of their magic. To put these dwellers of the magical realm into layman's terms, they most closely fit the common conception of demons, developing demon-like powers. It seems that this was one of the reasons these women were burdened with a sad fate, always living in history's shadows. I think that was it. I don't know. There was more, whatever. I got like no health. Wants me to lift a car. I don't want to lift a car. Oh fuck! Not now! Not now! Not you! Oh, not two of them! Oh, you gotta be joking! Yeah. I'm gonna get a stone rank for this. Yes, Bayo, the shadow does remain cast. Not fair. This game is the definition of step on me, mommy. Like, honestly. Hey, this is annoying. Just kill me. Oh man. Yeah. The death.
The shadow remains
Maybe I should be jumping to this. Not a fan. Damn, actually, that's rough as shit. Oh. Come here. That was way better, actually. Wow. Look at me go. I'm getting way better at this. Uh-oh. Shit. Ain't. Oh, don't slow down now. The cool part. Come on, man. There we go. Go, Bayo, go. Cool. Oh, we're in like the caves now. Shit. Let's see. Oh. Alright, these guys are lava. Cool. Did it. What the? Oh, look at this. This place. How does this even happen? Oh, look at Gates of Hell. The Big Red Catacombs. Oh, Lord. This ought to be good. Why is this here? I guess because they did mention this. Okay, let's go. Let's take it. Let's get a drink, honestly. Feeling a little bit parched. Could use a bit of a drink. What do you got?
Hey, check this out. What are you buying?
What are you selling?
Heard that in a game once.
The humor. So funny. Could use one of these, honestly. Could use more health, honestly. Yep. More health, good for me. Goodbye. Thank you for your stop, sir. Appreciate ya. A book. No, it's on. Okay, here we go. The magical arts of the Umbra. The true significance is best understood in the context of how the Umbra were able to use this magic via direct context with the demons in the Inferno. It is thought that these witches underwent strict training in order to master the various techniques. However, the truth is, this is colored by the fact that these witches left people awestruck and were greatly revered. The true root of the power was none other than their ability to take unbelievably strong demon energy and vent it at will, using it freely. The witches' direct contact saw them reaching into the heart of the Inferno's darkness, summoning the beasts that dwell there, drawing out their indelible magic and destructive powers. The witches under contract with these demons were able to exercise powers far beyond any that could be contained by mere mortals, to the extent that some may even term these powers as aggressive or brutal. It was thanks to these powers that the witches burst in such fear, force, and battle. When the Vigridian Wicked Weaves. Alright, cool. Nice, nice. Okay, cool. Good. Thanks. Must have missed a book somewhere. That's alright, though. This ain't 100% playthrough. This is an any percent. I am experiencing this for the first time playthrough. Portal. What am I supposed to do with that information? Alright, well. This is cool though, the way everything's just burned to the ground. Oh, oh my god. That hurt. That shit hurted. So bad.
You've been naughty.
I have been naughty. Naughty. Like this. Oh my god. That's cool. That looks cool. I want that. Yeah. Look at me now. Heaven. This looks nice. Paradiso, the Garden of Light. Okay, so we're in Paradiso now. Veal Paradiso, I bet. Oh, one of those big platform along the water, I guess. Oh, wait, I need to be able to witch it up, you know? Witch it up. I can walk on the water. Jesus style. The angels all over the place in Paradiso. Be on guard, be on guard. What am I carrying? I look ridiculous. Broken witch heart, gather. Oh, it's a piece of heart, okay. Oh shit. That sucks, I can't double jump. What is this? Oh, I fixed it, okay. Turn back to Sans time once it's not broke. Oh. I see what I have to do. First, I need that hourglass back. Thank you very much. God, she is very good at everything she does. That, please. Yeah, give it back. Give me the hourglass, please. Thank you. Cool. Now let's use this here. We can, yeah, hopefully this works and it lasts long enough to get us through this, because that'd be really unfortunate if we turned it right back to before, just before it got, destroyed. You want them now? Uh-huh. You want them now, bitch? Come on. I'll use my torture attack. You think I care? I like how this is basically like Okami in the battle ranking system. Now that wasn't anything. What do you do? What do you mean? What do you think you're doing? Oh, that sucked. Okay, actually, that was pretty bad. I'm dead now. I'm losing so much. Losing very, very much. Okay, okay. So, like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to fall with it and see what happens? Like, see that being the case, yeah? Okay, I was supposed to wait. Man, Bayo is like so freaking. Oh my god. She's so freaking like athletic. I wish I could be that athletic and that cool. You know? Where I came from? Well. Oh my, that is large. Oh, the moon. Okay, good. Thank you, moon. Right in the nick of time there, bud. Oh, the moon is gone. The moon only comes out for a brief period of time, and then he gets shy and sad. He decides to leave. Another book. Oh, the old cup. Fine. How long is this one? Character history of the Coliseum remains today. Cool. The urban functions of Island del Sol and the Coliseum. Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you. Go on, Bayo. You can move a little faster than that, honey. Bayonetta! Oh. Sorry. Did not mean to do that. Sorry about that. It may say... Oh, I want to grab that. I wanted that, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This must be the Coliseum that they were just talking about. Cool. This must be the end of the chapter. If I had to guess, this was the lid. That would be my guess. Oh, frame drop. I see the red square. Okay, we're back to green. We're back to green. Stone.
Oh, what a day!
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready?
Come on. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Take this, yeah. Certainly not. Yeah, I'll take for my 3 points. Yeah, sure. That'll be good. Coliseum time. I think no, actually I can go for a while. I was wondering if I should take an intermission or not, but I'll do this. Maybe after the next one I'll take one. The cardinal virtue of fortitude. I'm real bad at this game, so let's see how Coliseum goes. This looks like it will be all fights. Unless it is not, in which case, consider me subverted. Uh-huh. What are you doing here?
You again? And here I thought I'd seen the last of you.
How do you know my name? When did you learn my name? Audicio Fortutio. It's time to finally fight Fortutio?
I'm sure you'll be more
Fortitudio? I
hospitable to
didn't
me
pay
this
attention.
time around.
Well, I'm not going to die here because I have 3 more games, so, or 2 more after this.
I forgot to mention one of the reasons I hunt your kind. You're much too ugly not to put out of your misery. Flock off, Featherface.
She's been saying flock off this whole time. Yeah, wife. She's hot. Like, maybe I'll need to make an emote of her. Okay, that was not good. Well, that was cool. I'll just kill me. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'll do it a little better this time. That's okay. The witch hunts are over, you know? Yeah.
The shadow remains cast.
Can I do the witch thing? Or no, the witch walk? No. Okay, that did not work as I wanted it to. Oh, I see. I get the grab. I see. I get the thing, and then I make the walkway back again. And then okay, that's how you win. Get the picture, I think. I'm still gonna die, but like I get the picture. And I guess it's 1 HP for or health bar for each dragon. That would make sense. Bale. Bale, what on earth? Since when can you do all that? Damn, she is good. How do I do the items? He's got 2 health bars because he's big and bold. I ain't going down there. I'll just shoot you. I don't give a shit. Probably could have actually used that opportunity to take some damage there, or deal some damage, my bad. This is a cool boss fight, I have to say. What's it? It's gonna rebuild the thing that just broke, yeah? Maybe I should be trying to clock in some more damage when I'm on the ground. I'll try that next time, maybe. Cool. I think I'm getting it, you guys. I think I'm understanding what the game is throwing at me. Bro, I just rebuilt this. Come on now. Oh god, now it's just a head man. Okay. Alright, head man, come on. You want a piece of this? You don't want a piece of this. I don't know how I'm supposed to hate you now, but okay. Was this place built on top of an active volcano or something like that? Is that what's going on here? Because I'm... Come on. Yeah, Bayo. Get that lollipop. Oh my. Bro, you died first. That ain't right. That ain't right. You died first, and now I gotta do this all again. Or potentially all of it, I don't know. Oh, okay, cool. It had checkpoints. You can change the camera the whole time anyway. Come on, ugly. Oh, you probably think you're so cool, huh? You can do damage to me. I can hit you too, bitch. Look at that shit. Yeah, see that? Oh, you. Climax. What do I have in that? How's the heavy killing, the heresy killing going? It's going good, RJ. How you doing? What's going on? Fun. I love this game, actually. This is fantastic. I've died a lot, though, I have to say. Yeah! Eat that, ugly.
No, you're not nearly so ugly when you're screaming. Foretold? Explain yourself.
How are you, RJ? I don't know. I may have asked that, but I may have not. So if I didn't, you know, my apologies. All right, what am I gonna get? Like, yep, stone. Mm-hmm.
What a day!
It's all right. That's all right. Good. Glad to hear it. Now let's hopefully maybe I'll get better at this game. Here comes an angel attack. This is a little sensitive, huh? Nobody that sensitive before. Oh, I missed one. 2. This is not the run. That was bad. That was real bad. Well, at least I got 1,000 rings over it, or halos rather. Lost Holy Grounds. Well, I don't really have enough to spend at the Gates of Hell, so I think I will not do that. Combat in this is fantastic. It's so satisfying to pull off a good combo, and the music just gets you so pumped. I love that. I can see why everybody wanted her in Smash.
Where am I? I'd better have got frequent flyer miles for that flight.
Oh, shit. Well, whoops. Where's it gonna break this time? Yep, underneath. Bad boy indeed. Umbra. Training Ground Ruins. Okay, cool. This is, I guess this is where I used to live, or where I'm from. What are you? Oh shit, look at this guy. He can teleport? Oh, there's 2 of them, okay. 1 wasn't enough. What are they? Grace and Glory. Oh boy, here we go. Torture. That didn't go too bad. All right, I'm interested. Oh, the other half of the unless it's not. That looks like a quarter. What I get? Sonate in. Hey, Mark, how you doing? Where's my alert? Bruh. Oh, there it is. Where's my alert? You have nothing to raid with? That's okay. Oh, my alert box is underneath everything else. Is that it? Oh, maybe that was what it was. Whatever. Hey, yo, Tarzan sucked. Not unfortunate. How was, yeah, I hope you had fun playing, yo, Tarzan ate monkey ass? Oh, dear. Yeah, how y'all doing? Welcome to Bayonetta. I've never played this game before. I'm sure some of you have. But I'm digging it so far, I tell you what. But you didn't have fun? Oh, unfortunate. Why are you forcing yourself to go through this? This is the second time you said you didn't have fun with Kingdom Hearts, and yet here you are. Brabbit, thank you so much for gifting that stuff to Mark. Tarzan World sucks? Oh. You had fun with it the first time? Okay, okay. Where is my alerts? I hear it. And then this stream happened. Oh, I see. That bad, huh? Yeah, this is Bayonetta. She's hot. Is there desync? Oh, that's unfortunate.
My lipstick.
It's that fucking alert. Did it? Oh, well. I'm still working out the alerts from Stream Elements, so it might be a hot second before I get that taken care of.
What the?
I've often seen a girl without lipstick, but lipstick without a girl? Most curious, isn't it, Cheshire? What's also most curious is how a child like you is kept afloat in this town.
The name is Luca.
Okay, Luca.
I think it's a little strange to be worried about my well-being. Sure, the Festival of Resurrection is peak security. The thing only happens once every 500 years. Can you blame them? Besides,
But yeah, everybody, you don't know who I am. You know, I'm Twilight King 432. I'm a variety streamer. This is my sub-goal stream right now. We're doing Bayonetta, as you can tell. And,
I've seen her somewhere.
the incredible game, honestly. The music is top tier. The action is super duper satisfying. I just love it. So I'm glad I got to play it. Thank you, Neo King, for buying me this. Appreciate you.
hey, don't go freaking out on me. We both know you came here for something. But what you don't know is the closer you get, the harder it's gonna be for you to get away from me and what you've done. You'll have to fess up to it all.
I'm not fessing up to shit, Luca.
I can't wait for you to get your hands on whatever it is you're
Oh, this game is rated M, by the way, so if you have delicate sensibilities, please beware.
Well, if you're still alive by then, perhaps you can appeal to my generosity.
Still alive.
Expertly brewed,
You
too.
may be standing right in front of me, but you're definitely not living in reality. Which is a shame. Because the
Truth is always
always
gonna be...
going to be
Yeah. Whatever, Luca. Let me do my thing. I want to fight.
When I look at you, the real you is the truth. The truth is, you killed my father.
Prepare to die?
I don't care who believes me. They can't.
That's
protect
true.
me.
That's true.
The truth will set me free from your black stain on my life.
Damn.
The truth will allow me to expose you to the world.
Listen, if you exposed Bayonetta right now, I wouldn't even be mad.
And I'll do it without stooping to your level. Because I'm not a heartless witch like you. Whoa! What are you gonna do? Kill me in plain sight? Go ahead. It would only prove everything I've said about you. Well, that and sadden the hearts of a number of young ladies.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Claire and Trish.
That's it?
Sylvia.
Oh, okay, there's more.
Amy. Oh,
Amy,
if you
look.
want to piss her off,
Amy.
let me tell you, hell hath no fury.
This is a Platinum game, by the way, so there's a lot of references to stuff that, like, Platinum did and Clover Studios did. They referenced Beautiful Joe earlier, and I'm glad they referenced Okami.
What the?
Let me fight, game. That's what I'm here for. I am kind of here for the story, actually. I am here for the... Thank you. Oh, not you. Or are you different? You're... Oh, you're like a different... Fearless. Oh, God. That'll be good. Here we go. How'd I do? How'd I do, game? How'd I do? Gold? Rank me. Game. Oh, okay. Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh shit, he hit me too. What, you look like a trumpet or a French horn. Oh, I can use it. Oh my god. Yes, give me. Give me. Oh, fuck. Whoops. Oh, I have an item for that, don't I? I think I have an item. Oh, I do have one. Giant lollipop. Okay, cool. Come on, Bayo. Oh, that's why I didn't get it. Okay, fine, fine. Silver, whatever. Heavenly manipulate. Oh. Number which is kinds of valleys such as harkening of the arts, long valley, snakes, death, skill, tattered, existed, appearance, witch, indicate legends real amongst heavenly manipulators, umbra witches, lumen sages, light, however, powers, full moon, sun's ascent, heavenly manipulators, movement, sun, devices, clans, important rites, stories. Believed, affect, cosmos, will, powers, common knowledge, overseers, imagine, must, appropriately, destruction. Ironic. Don't worry, I did actually read that. What is this? Oh, I got some blood. Cool. Thank you. Alright, Bale, where are we going? Where are we going? What is this? What the fuck is this? Seems like the witches used this to study the stars, even though it was resting in places it was well constructed. Do I have to, like, find an hourglass to make it work? Oh. Turn it? Alright, let's see. What we got? What do we got? What are we gonna do? Oh, the moon's out. Okay, cool. That means I can use Witch Walk. What are you showing me? There's nothing there. Alright, fine. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, I can. Oh, I see. That's how you do it. Okay. At here, I thought I was supposed to actually be fighting with my fists. What are you? Oh, right. You two. You again? Don't you ever give up? Oh my god, I was using the wrong button to dodge. No wonder I wasn't dodging. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, well that's fine. Gives me an opportunity to redeem myself. Is that the first death of the chapter? That's fine. Alright. I've died like 10 times, it's alright. Come on. This game really is just step on me mommy, and I'm here for it. There we go. You gonna get anything? Oh, I get the Thunderclaws. What are you? Get out of here. You're ugly as shit. You don't even deserve harmony. Well, I tell you what, you do not invoke any sense of harmony in my life whatsoever. Just look at you. Shit. Come here. Come here. You want some? Okay. It seems that they do in fact want them. Yeah, it seems like they did in fact want some, actually. My bad. That is my bad. I'm not good at this game. I have never claimed to be good at this game, so, you know, that's fine, right? Get out of my light. Okay, that hurt. Alright, you know, bad at games. This is why I play platformers. This is why I play platformers and Pokemon. Don't have this issue when you don't have to think quick. Oh, I messed that royally. Okay, give me this. There we go. No, I'm not dealing with you right now. Okay, but you were dealing with me. Fine, I don't enjoy being like... I don't enjoy that. Oh, thank you, Lord. The health. Yeah, hit him with your weave, girl. The Wicked Weave. Cannot believe that's the actual name of it. Is that the other half of the thing I've been looking for? Please? I'd really appreciate it if that was the exact other half of the thing that I was looking for. Probably gonna get ranked real bad on that. Bronze, maybe? Ooh! It's raining. Not even men. Oh, hello, Gates of Hell. I need you right now, actually. Yes, get me. Get me to a shop. Pronto. Load. One of these days, that's not going to be the Gates of Hell. It's going to be like the super ultra mega I hate my life room, and then I'm going to be like, oh, ultra mega I hate my life right now. How did I fall for that? What are you loading for? What are you pissing for? All right, take your time. Take your time. Hang on. Whatever. Eventually. This is the only time I've seen it hang up on loading like this, so hopefully it gets done soon. At least I'm not going into a fight. Tell you what. There we go.
You bring me enough of these halos, and maybe I can buy a ticket to space. Always wanted to be a bald space marine. Huh. What can I do for you anyways?
I have 29. Okay, I don't have enough for the Onyx Rose is all. I really need to save my money, but like, breakdance. Oh my god. I want that actually, you know, that's fine. Let's try this and see what this is all about. I'm pressing Y, babe. Nothing's happening. Oh, I need the magic gauge? Okay. Let me try that again. Get some magic. Nah, I don't think I want that. I can't figure out how to do it, so that means I do not want it. Okay, I learned how to breakdance, so that's fine. Man, I wish I could dance in real life. Does anyone here know how to dance? Anyone like actually like decently good at dancing? Stepping on it gives hints. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Use a wicked weave? Maybe I jump from here. Yep, that's what it was. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see what's going on in here. Oh, Lord. Staff. Interior. What was that? Your mung deer? Hey, camera, 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 camera. Alright, fine, fine. Be that way. It must be... Oh, it's gonna flood or something? That's gonna happen? Oh, what are you? You have a shield. Oh, you look like disgusting. You actually look kind of cool. Ardor. Cool. Oh, Jesus, that's gonna hurt. Telegraph your attacks better so I can... I'm dead. It's alright, that's alright. think you're hot stuff, huh? You think you're hot stuff? I'll show you what hot stuff is. Come here. Oh, I can witch walk now. Cool. Na-na-na-na-na-na. Bayonetta, Bayonetta. Walks around and shoots a bunch of things I don't know how to do. Words to that song like this. Okay, that's cool. Where's the other Manta? Oh, that's not good. Okay, cool. The fast door. Oh, good. Hey, Tiggs, how you doing? Oh, I am noticing you, hon. How you doing? Good to see you. How's life? Bayo. Bayo. I'm playing Witch Mommy game. Sleepy? Yeah, no, I feel that. Life is... I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. Me too, but... Me too. What? What now? Leave me alone. Oh, that killed me. Okay, well, you know, that's like the 5th death in the... I will get better at this game eventually. But I am not playing on easy mode, despite, you know, being new at this. You have an astronomy final? I do love astronomy. Is the final tomorrow, or like... Because why would the final be on a Saturday? Or do you want me to help you study tomorrow? Is that... What is the question? Oh, wait, tomorrow is not Saturday. Tomorrow is Friday. Shit. I thought tomorrow was Saturday. Oh, alright, fine. Take it on Saturday or Tuesday. Gotcha. Gotta go back down here. Go back down. Time. Take it on Saturday or Tuesday. Which means you're probably gonna take it on Tuesday, I wager? Oh, shit, that hurts. Okay. It's just water, Bayo. What? Relax. You can literally walk on water when time is slow. Now all of a sudden water's a big deal. Give me that book that I'm not going to read. Playing and taking Tuesday. Yep. I mean, sure, I guess. I have some things I need to take care of myself because I have my capstone project due soon, but like I can try and help wherever. Oh my, how, Jesus. Oh. My capstone project is like a computer forensics thing. It's hard. I'm helping write the paper. I'm mostly writing the paper. Well, I say like mostly, the paper's kind of my forte. I don't feel like, I'm not the best programmer in our group, so What? Okay, that's one way to die. I didn't even see what happened. Alright. I've been dying a lot. You believe in me? Thank you. Okay, I lived that time. Cool. Well, that killed me. Okay. Gotta get better at that. You know, dodge a little bit. That'd be good. Real bad at this game. I wish she had more lines. I believe in you. You'll be fine. You stole a large magnet from your own fridge? Just lost it? I haven't drank in a while. What are you? Oh, look at that ass. What are you? What is your name? First Sphere. Inspired. Thrones. First Sphere. Oh, this must be like the real Mamma Jammas. The game. Okay. Come here. You want some? You want some? I really need to stop trash talking these bosses, because, like, that's when I do bad. Fail. Where is it? Where is he? Oh, you're really ugly. Oh my god. I thought you were a mod. Why did I make you a VIP and not a mod? Jesus Christ. I'm bad at things, apparently. Mod. Tiggs. Voice. You're like the only person who can get away with asking for mod. I swear to God. Oh, Climax, yeah. I need to change that Nightbot command because I changed the name of my server. Give me a rank. Okay, that was pretty good. I'll take that. I wish I could have killed that dude, but like, oh, is he gonna come back now? Is that what's gonna happen here? Come here. Is this the gates of hell? Do I have money? I don't have enough money for shit. On Bayo. Rodin and the gates of, oh, that's okay, cool. I should have probably read that, but whatever, I'll read it later. What's this? A witch heart? Oh, please give me a piece. Damn it. I need a whole ass witch heart, not just a piece of it. Yeah, Jesus Grandma's also the god of my religion, actually. Oh, good job, Bayo. Good job. I have to do this again. The same thing? Tommy, what the hell, dude? Let me witch time, you son of a bitch. Yeah, that's gonna kill me. Yep, okay. Well, that's what, like the 7th death this level? Okay, cool. It stopped counting after 5. Oh, that's like uncle. Oh, Jesus. He moved. Look at that. Maybe I should breakdance. Can she do that in Smash? Is that like a thing she can do?
I've got a fever.
And the only prescription is more cowbell. Give me that. Give me that. Thank you. I'll need that. I want to be able to torture attack my foes. CBT, CBT. Can we get Can we get some CBT chanting in the chat, please? Or not. Whatever. I understand. Maybe you don't want. Which time? Can I torture attack you? No, I can't torture you. Fail. There's witch time. I missed every fucking shot. Hell yeah, that wasn't so bad actually. Platinum for that, cool. What are you? What on earth are you? Okay, come on, yeah, run, Bayo, run. God, I swear, you know, you just... one thing after another. This poor Milk can't catch a break. Shut up.
The only ones meddling are your hapless minions.
Oh, when did you get here?
In the manner I see fit. Your assistance is not required.
I have to fight you now? I don't want to fight you right now.
I suppose coming here has given you a second wind. Feeling better, Bayonetta?
Who are you? And don't you dare say my long-lost sister.
Sister? You've quite the active imagination. You and I once fought for the jewel upon the crown of the Umbra throne. And now that you've returned, my sleeping beauty, it is time to finish that fight.
Yeah. Oh, we killed that dude. It's okay.
No time for daydreaming.
Lock and load, baby. Oh no, Tiggs, I'm sorry. What is happening? Hey, Aiden, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Nitchy. Happy birthday to Nitchy. Hi, David. How y'all doing? Oh, shit. Now? Okay. I have a katana this time. I'm ready for you. Oh, she's got 2 health bars. See that shit? What kind of shit we have to put up with? Yo. Oh my god, Bayo, you're killing me. Game's so fucking, like, ridiculous. Oh, you can Wicked Weave too? I don't like that. You're not allowed to Wicked Weave. I have the Wicked Weaves. Back to the arena? Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Sorry, what is that, like 8? 9? Alright, and I was doing good towards the end there. That's alright, though. Yeah, Aiden, how was your birthday? All this? Oh my god. Do this again. Ugh. It really gives you plenty of time. Come here, come here. Okay. You want some of this? Very chill, but good. Didn't even feel like your birthday in your mind. Well, you know, sometimes a nice chill birthday is all you can really ask for. Yeah, send me back to the arena. Come on. It's the first time I've ever hit the match live before. That went a lot better. Holy crap. Platinum.
What's the matter, sweetie? Afraid of something, are you?
Afraid? Me?
This is a waste of my time.
It's not a good look for you.
Still not ready.
Well, you know, it is funnier than 24. Platinum Bugatti, yeah. Honestly, 25 is way funnier than 24, so you know. Tiggs, aren't you like 95 right now? Like... Since when could you do that? The Beast Within. Power of Panther and transform. They would grant its speed as fast as the wind. Yeah. I guess you could do that. I'm gonna get a stone rank for that, because I died like 700 times. Yeah, that's like all my points.
Oh, what a day!
I want to do another one. But first we have to play Angel Attack.
Ready, fire!
54, that's the best I've done so far. Well, not to eat more outside for a bit, that's fun, but it just feels felt like a day. That's good, though. Sometimes that's good, right? Bro, I could really, really use this blue witch heart, actually, so... Or I could use the money, too. You know, I'll take the money. Yeah, the full-on platinum game, you tell me. The Enlightenment Commercial District. What's this chapter called? Chapter 6, The Gates of Paradise. The game expects you to have a ton of money, though. That's one thing that I have to get used to. And maybe I would be getting more money if I was doing better at the game. I can just panther whenever I want? Oh my god, I guess that takes magic to do, I guess. Look at this book. I wanted the book, but I'm not gonna read it. Oh, I can just... okay. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3. Platinum medal, that could have been a pure platinum or whatever. Okay. Oh, beast-like. Okay, so I gotta run across them all fast as my man here. That didn't work out at all. Oh my god, if I could run in a straight line, that'd be really great. Bayonetta, Bayonetta, please, please, please. Thank you. Isn't the little girl? Is that me? No, probably not me. Wait, I need to rebuild the statue or something. Yep. How would I do that? Oh, maybe I need to... oh, I probably... okay, yeah, that's what I need. That's not what I needed to do at all. I thought for sure that might be it, but huh. If I look around down here, find something like, oh, this looks suspicious. But it's nothing? Oh, come on. At least that's free. It's free to become a... what was it? A cougar? Panther. Panther. Oh, I had to check it. Okay. 2 of them. Oh my, you've got to be joking. These were literally bosses in the last level. You can't do this to me now. Okay, that was really cool. I don't really know how I did that or how I made it work, but do it again. Climax. Oh dear, Bayo. That's right, her clothes are the, yeah. That was great. Actually, that was super cool. Alright, time to Jesus it up. Come on. Eager dragon. What's next? You. Oh, me. It's a little baby. Uh-huh. Good night, RJ. Oh, there's a quote, but I think you guys can add quotes. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm pretty sure anybody can add a quote. So, you know, go ahead if you want. I'll do it for you. Let's see. Oh, Jesus, Lord Almighty, what on earth? Bayo. Bayo, what was that? Am I supposed to witch time? Oh, maybe that's... Nope, that's not gonna do it. Bayonetta. Oh, now it... Okay, that's what I had to do. I had to... Stop the gear... Stop the shit, and then it would, like... Get him! Kick his ass! Literally. Got health out of that, actually. Incredible. I took that much damage? I don't remember taking that much damage. Oof. Time to do. Yep. Got a book. Oh. How did I take so much damage? What was I doing? Again? Oh my god. That killed me. Alright, fine, fine. The witch hunts are over. How much is that? Oh no. No. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Got me good, because I didn't realize I was still holding the French horn. Come on, come on, I got the French trombone, actually, now that I think about it. I'm starting to think the French horn might be a liability, you know, like that Lord song? Yeah, no, the trombone might actually be a liability. How do I get rid of it? Isn't that a Lord song? Step on him! Maybe he likes it, I don't fucking know. Oh no, dead and naked. What a way to go. I feel like I would rather die with some clothes on, you know, that way when they found me, you know, I wasn't like all hanging out. Oh yeah, torture him, shock him. Yeah. Nope, that killed me. Do I keep the money? I don't think I'm keeping the money. I've died like 5 times on this one part. I'm gonna get another. Yep. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. This is how the game is. I mean, this is how life is, you know? Sometimes you just keep dying. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just get caught in a combo for eternity. Man, Pigs, if you're still here, do you remember that time we were obsessed with that Lord song, Green Light? It's a good song. I didn't mean to. Oh. Hey Rosie, how you doing? How's life in the Great White North? You have the hotel, not nice. Did you touch snow? I've had enough too, Bayonetta. That's why you need to stop dying. So we can collectively finally stop having enough. I'm gonna die again. Bayonetta. Oh, good. The Wi-Fi's good. That's great. Maybe I need to take a different approach. Maybe I should be shooting more. No. Wiggle your hips, Bayonetta. Walk, strut, girl. Come on. That's it. I'm dead. Okay, well, whatever I did not work. I just want to get one more good rank before the series is up. You know, I got a couple games to do that in, though. That's fine. Man, I'm getting a little tired of Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright over here kicking my ass. Alright, though. Yeah, break dance, Bayo, break dance. Witch time does not last nearly as long as it used to, I feel. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Bright, just you and me now. Alright.
The shadow remains cast.
Come on, I was so close that time, man. Man!
The shadow remains cast.
How y'all doing? You having a good day or night or whatever? I don't know what time it is. Probably night for everybody who's here, but like, I don't know. I don't like to assume. Was I not using the katana for like half of that? Oh my god, no wonder I was losing. It's actually amazing how, like, this is weird, but like it's amazing how much this field does remind me of Okami. You're eating roasted peanuts, and all you can think of is the nuts. Oh no. Well, Rosie, you're gonna love the nuts. It'd be like that. These are spicy roasted nuts. Is that dinner? What'd you have for dinner? I'm curious. What do they serve up there in the Great White North? You literally are dead. Why did you... You don't get a hit off when you're dead. Just kill me. You guys have to sit through this. That's alright. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Man. The new Animal Crossing is actually pretty comfy, I have to admit. I say new as if it's like not very old at this point, but New Horizons is pretty cozy. My timing's just off is a big thing. Finally. Oh my god, that was bad. I'm gonna get a real bad, like, bronze rank for that, but, like, that's okay. Yeah, kiss the door, please. Make it go away. You got it? Yeah. Yeah, I did get it. I've actually had it because I bought it for my brother, but because playing the Switch is the only... not having my own Switch is the only reason I never, yeah, pound him right there, yeah. The game I bought today was, oh my fucking god, was Mario Party. Or are they coming back to life, or like what's going on there? Damage. Where did I take damage? I have full health. I must count from the last time when I died. Oh, there's dudes on the other side of the... Oh no.
Doing in here? Are you hiding something from me?
Oh hell yeah.
Come on.
Why can't I do that? Oh, Kamiya.
You've been cheating on me, haven't you? Someone else caught your eye?
I love her.
Oh dear. Something tells me I'm going to regret this.
One to play savior, but I suppose I can make an exception and kill all of you. Just this once, of course.
You think you can take this? Yeah, you thought you could take that? I don't think so. Come here.
And let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like.
Mommy!
Was I just singing?
Mommy!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, little one. I am not your mother.
But, Mommy...
Will you quit calling me Mummy? Oh. If there's two things I hate in this world, it's cockroaches and crying babies. Well, a crying baby cockroach would be truly terrible. So don't you dare cry.
Yes, Mommy.
Fine. You've got to be a strong little one to survive in a place like this.
What is she, like 8 feet tall?
Anyway.
Cereza.
Cereza? You're not from Vigrid, are you, little one? Where are you from?
I'm from my house.
Well, now, I'll hazard a guess this isn't your home. So what on earth are you doing here?
My daddy told me to come here.
And whereabouts is this daddy of yours?
He was at work, but now I don't know where he's gone. I want to go home.
I can't just drag you along wherever I go, little one. So you'd better not be getting attached to me.
Yes, Mummy?
Come now, little one. I'll help you out of here, but that's all. And you have to promise there'll be no crying. A single tear and you'll be crying alone. Got it?
Okay, Mummy.
That was cute. Oh gosh, is this an escort? Come here, Cereza. Come on. Come on. Tornado. No. Later. Oh, right, I can't. Oh, God. Right, I just kind of have to... Oh, God, they can hurt her? Oh, Jesus. Come on, come on. Oh, we had to just make it out. Oh, okay, we just have to make it out. And then, like... Purgatorio, Center of Eternity, okay. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, it's a portal. Paradiso. Glimpse of a temple.
Hey! This is probably how you got lost to begin with.
God, not you.
Don't worry. It's always scary the first time you see them. So, where was I? Oh, yes. Your kind invitation. I do hope you've prepared dessert as well.
What a badass.
Oh, what a lovely tea party. And dancing, too. Cereza, my dear, watch and learn.
Oh, the game's slowing down. Okay, here we go. Dead. Not yet. Now I am. Nope. And this is a long chapter. Yeah, no, that was the game. Yeah, it not perfect. Oh, really? Okay. Come on, come on, come on, Cereza. Yeah, it's good now. Game. What the fuck was that? Let me witch time, you son of a... Thank you. There we go. What's next? Clearly there's more, right? Oh, 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 look at that. Look at this dude. Oh, you think you're so cute. You think you're such hot shit now, huh? Okay, maybe you are still somewhat warm shit. No, you don't. What the hell? Okay. Alright, fine, fine. Max. The censorship is something else. Oh, she got a clothes bag. That was verse 8? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, this is some cool shit though, I gotta say. Yes, queen. Oh shit. What a way to go. Oh, for God's sake. Hi. Oh my. Joy. Oh yeah. Oh my. Just stop it. Alright, cool. Give me my child back, bitch. Le Patinelle Waltz. Okay, the Angel's Banquet Hall Alpha. Oh good, another piece of heart. Good. I just need one more. Where is my daughter? Dominance Bridge, cool. Oh boy, him again.
Mummy? You're a mom?
Get out of my way, dude. I don't like you. I don't care about you.
Look at me. Do I look like I have any interest in children?
Me?
Now making them? Well, that's another story.
Oh my god.
Whoa, whoa! You're getting the wrong idea. I mean, it might be the right idea, but not right now, right?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, speaking of right, I'm glad I've been standing around waiting for you, because I knew we'd cross paths. See, the only way to reach the upper crust and their
Bradley
gated
Upper
island
Crust
of
the
champagne
Third.
wishes and caviar dreams is over Prominence Bridge.
Oh, yes. The island. Lovely place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, now what?
Don't play games with me. You've worked your magic on this poor defenseless child, haven't you?
Will you be quiet?
You're a sad, sick woman. You know that?
You're a sad, sick man.
I was her age when you killed my father.
Get over it.
Wait. No. You couldn't. Oh my god, you did, didn't you?
Oh my god.
You killed her parents!
Come to think of it, she's better off with you. You two are more hassle than you're worth.
What?
Just keep a good eye on her, or you're going to catch hell for it. No good deed goes unpunished, and you never know when a monster may sneak up on you.
Mommy, look out!
Oh, can she see them now? No! Oh, British people.
How can she see me?
Well, I died like 7,000 times on that, so, yep.
Oh, what a day!
Give me the Enzo Award, honey. Am I gonna play another chapter? Hell yeah, I am. I'm invested. Oh, 30? Okay, fine. I'll take another, what, 300 points? 3,000 was it? I'm 10,000 away from affording those other guns. I'm gonna go into the tornado now. Oh, Lord. The cardinal virtue of temperance. Is temperance, like, not drinking? Is that what temperance is? Because, like, I don't know if I can do that. Not that I drink a lot, but, like, I like alcohol. What is that, leather? You think that's leather? I mean, I'm still confused, too. Basically, she found that child. Child thinks that she is the mother, is her mother, and, like, a whole bunch of stuff's going on. I'm also here for it, honestly. Temperancia. Oddio.
I feel like a fucking celebrity in this town. See that? Everyone rushes at me like crazed fans. They still haven't figured out that I don't give autographs. I'm not much for the talkative types. How about we have a little fun instead? You did plan on having fun with me, right? There'll be plenty of time for pillow talk afterwards.
Oh, Lord. I love this woman. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. What QuickTime events should be. Just press A. You know, like, all I did was press A, right? Like, oh, I missed the thing. I missed a chance to throw a bless at the dude. Oh shit. Get him, Bayo. Oh my Christ. Bayo, dodge the cars. Bayo dodged it. Ooh, well, you know, that was alright. That was fun, actually. Yeah, Bayonetta. Hey, Temperance, come on. Find it. Thank you. Yeah. Alright, now we're back here, and I've been doing a little better, okay? Oh, I need to hit the little pod. Yeah, climax him. $800 gigatons, yeah. Ripped his arm off. Ain't that a kick in the dick, my dude? You coming? Oh, I should have seen that coming. We gotta do it again? We're gonna take his arms off one more time? Come on. I would be dead without the air dodging ability right now. So, thank you, air dodge. Again, what brilliant censorship. $800 more gigatons of force, yeah. I see now. Yeah! I knew that one was going. I knew one of them was going to pulse, and I wasn't quite sure how to be ready for it. Unfortunate. That's anticlimactic as hell, but after 2 climaxes, you know, sometimes it's a little hard to climax again. I completely understand. I will sit here. This is a cool-ass boss, though. Come on, Bayo. Finally, one of them hit me. What's left? Oh, the face is dead. Oh, that's not cool. You look like Vision, dude. Shut up. Alright, white Vision over here, come on. I wasn't ready. Yeah, that's right. You're so ugly, dude. What are you doing? You get no face, no arms, no legs. You're nothing, dude. Damn, she let her hair down. Her hair is long as shit.
Well, let me give you back
I guess her hair was already done, but like, oh my god, it didn't occur to me how long her hair actually was. Looks good. Oh, you're not the... Okay. Thanks, game. Oh, it's oil. I know it's technically art, and therefore it won't be a problem. Do you think Samus and Bayonetta would get
I didn't
along?
make any time for pillow talk.
Oh, poor thing. You're still here? What are you? Die! Die already! Alright, how much money do I get?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
Hell yeah. Well, I need more money, so... Oh, no. Oh, oh man, I'm almost at 100,000. Maybe then I can buy some of the super duper stuff. Route 666. That's a funny name for a chapter. This game has its own identity, that's for sure.
You here for business or pleasure? Either way, I'll hook you up.
I need this. Oh lord, let's try. Oops, didn't mean to do witch time. Whoops. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it first.
Can't touch me. Too late. Too late. Nice try. Nice try.
The way I cannot do this. This doesn't seem as useful as I thought it would be.
Nice try.
What is this? Crow within? Transform yourself into a crow and temper. Okay. It's the glide. Okay, that actually seems pretty. That seems pretty sweet, actually. And then the last thing, Umbran Spear. When in crow form, dive into a nearby enemy. Be performed in. Okay. This seems nice, actually. I like that you can try before you buy. Oh, you have to break dance, okay. I got it the first time. Oh, deplete, yeah, while depleting your magic gauge. Okay, what? Let me try it again. I can't pull this off regularly, so I don't think this is that good to use. I want to be able to use buy things I can, you know, use. See, what's this? Nano Rodon's characters. Okay, well, I got some good stuff in there. Fine. Let's go to Route 666. Oh, we've gone from like ancient to modern in the span of like a minute.
In these heels? I don't suppose I can call a cab to get me to the island.
Look alive, people! We have an unidentified vehicle approaching. Close the gate.
Come on, Bayo! Where did he get that little Batmobile ass? Where? Oh, hearts. Cute.
Did you see that? I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Mummy! Mummy saved us.
What?
Hello there, Cheshire.
Shit!
Get him, girl.
It seems your driving is on par with your journalism.
I figured I'd beat you to the island, but the guards had another idea, didn't they? Not really my best plan, huh?
You're really casual talking to the lady who apparently killed your father.
We journalists have to have some detective skills,
And you
know?
have none.
You're after a gemstone, and that stone has to be in the Ithaval Group building. I'm headed there too.
How odd. You seem to know where I'm going before I do. Yet you don't seem to know how to drive a car in a straight line.
What am I? A chauffeur?
Yeah.
Cheshire, do you have any idea what prolonged walking in this salty air will do to my hair?
Well, I tend to use some product when I go to the beach.
Little one, get down! Put your foot down, Cheshire. I'll take care of our pest problem.
Wonderful.
Oh my god. Where did they all get these?
Impression I'm not wanted on that island. But I love it when people play hard to get.
Who did? Oh. What was that? Was that a host? Green, thank you so much for the host. How are you doing, my friend? Oh, really? Be right now? Torture him! Torture him! How are you doing, Star? Good to see you. Oh, there you are. Best. Damn it. Oh, right in the face. Oh, shit. Why aren't you flinching? There you go. I am enjoying Bayonetta. This is great. Bayo, put some clothes on. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's part of why it's so great. I don't know. What now? Oh no, not you. How are you doing tonight, friend? Hey, Dad, don't get run over by a car. Is this just a 10 enemy wave? The gauntlet, that's exactly what this is going to be. Oh my god. A 10 wave enemy gauntlet, that's what I meant. Wow, this is the... You were streaming Kingdom Hearts tonight, weren't you? Yeah. God, this is the second person who showed up after streaming Kingdom Hearts. God, what if I just decide to play Kingdom Hearts? Someday I'll play Kingdom Hearts. If I her super buff. Oh, that's such a milestone. Yeah. I'm tired of these joys. Get these joys out of. I'm way better looking than any of these joys. Someday, I do intend to play Kingdom Hearts at some point. Silver. Okay, cool. Now I'm just gonna die to whatever the next wave is. What the fuck is that? Irene? Oh my, it's a car. I jumped. Oh, it told me to jump and I pressed the A button, but I guess I didn't press it fast enough. Whatever. He was mean and he killed Peter Pan. Oh no. Yeah, it's Lightning McQueen. When did she... Oh my god. What's that? What else that thing do, girl? Oh, not now. Oh, this is... Wow, wow, chow. Oh my god. I'm about to crash so hard. Fire guns, jump, innovate, okay. Oh dear. Okay, game. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Oh, it crashed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, it had to happen at some point. Hold on, I'll get it back up. 1 sec. No, not over there. Not over there.
Sega.
Sega. It's alright. I got it back. I got it back. Probably gonna have to do all the rest of that again. That's okay.
Bayonetta.
Come on. Oh, the control. Okay. This is badass as shit. Oh, oh, that's okay. That's Halo bait. Okay. Where's Lightning McQueen? You didn't call me Rusty, did you, Lightning? Hey, Lightning, what are you doing? That's my sister, buddy. Not tonight. Oh, come on, Lightning. Why her? Coward. I need something to shoot. Hi, Robin. How you doing? Oh my Christ. Start up work a bit ago. Nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Bayonetta versus Lightning McQueen. Who would win? My money is right now on... Oh my god. Ooh, well, it was on Bayonetta, but Bayonetta is now dead, so I have a feeling it's Lightning McQueen by default. Oh shit, I was supposed to dodge that. Okay. I suppose I have to avoid head-on collisions, yep. When did she learn how to ride a motorcycle? That's what I would like to know. They teach you that in wherever she's from, hell? When did the rain happen? What? Oh, this is intense. This is like some Final Fortress Sonic Hero shit. Look at this. Bayo. Hit that. Oh, another joy. Are you kidding me? Oh, burst 4 now? Okay. Oh shit. Oh, Bayo. Maybe I shouldn't be holding forward all the time, but that is how you play a racing game. If you can control the speed, you max it out. This is the way it is. How do I feel about it? It looks like I need to see more about it. The character combinations are fucking wild, though. I'll give it that. Oh. How did you can witch time on the motorcycle? Okay. It honestly feels like I'm going through the same part of the track 100 million times, but that's fine. Damn. Alright, come on. Yeah, Bayonetta! Cool, I'll take it. You know what? I'll take that.
You don't want me here, but you really could have been more subtle about it.
What the fuck are those? Oh, thank you for telling me. Braves. Oh, well done. I wish the game would, like, refill your health more often so I wouldn't have to, but, like, that's fine. Oh fuck, what is that? What a shot. Bayo's gonna die on the next hit. Thank you. Oh, that was it? Oh, fantastic.
Oh, what a day!
That was a short chapter, honestly. 5 verses is unheard of.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting
It's time for Angel Attack! It's my birthday! for. 35, alright, fine. Round over. Almost back up to 69k, then I can afford those other guns. Either we're getting close to the end, or like there's another map. Oh, that's not where I was expecting to go at all, but okay. B-A-Y-O, I see it. Yeah, Bayo. Chapter 9, Paradiso, A Remembrance of Time.
Jesus.
Isn't this the place?
My dear, sweet child, fear not, for I am watching over you.
Yeah, this is, isn't this where the, isn't this the Smash map? Or the stage? I think this is also where the game started. Rings. Come on, come on. Let me go down there. Just jump the fence. That's fine. Okay, angels. Oh my god, get this stupid ass French foreignist out of here. Oh, a key! We haven't had one of those in a while. This is the start of the game. Oh, look, she's got a keyblade. Look, she's in Kingdom Hearts. Can't go past here. Where's Drake? Where's the door? Oh, there it is. That's not where we put it before. See, I am playing Kingdom Hearts, you guys. This is cool. This game is so pretty. What now? Thank you. I've been waiting for a witch time this entire freaking time. Oh. This is so strange. Where are we? What is happening? I don't understand. Oh. What is that? Oh look, isn't that the thing from Mario Odyssey? Oh. I see what I'm supposed to do. Whoops. Oh, figured it out too late. Okay, you just gotta be real good at that. Okay, that's fine then. Here I was thinking I wasn't gonna die a lot in this level, but no, we have to have that little instant death thing there to play with. Fine. I'll play your game. Mario Odyssey X Bayonetta, you're right. Waiting for it. Bayo, good. Thank you for jumping. Thank you for jumping far when I need you to. No domage, yeah. One of the cogs is missing, huh? Well, I can... Get up there. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Work the pole, Bayo. Work the pole. Back in the city. Oh, God. All the keys. Is that ball gonna follow me? That's what's gonna happen here? Not right. I got the fucking cup. Oh, now you do it. Now you fucking crush him. Christ. These fucking blue and red boys are just the worst. Okay, Bayonetta, whatever. Don't make me work the pole again, thank you. Well, that doesn't do nearly as much damage as I thought it would. Thank you. That doesn't do a lot of damage to him either. That's where the last piece of the Keyblade goes, okay. Thank you. Got him. Find one last piece of this Keyblade that we're looking for here. Can't go that way. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I knew there was gonna be... You! Oh, fuck no. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, okay. Well, it looks like no matter what, the second, oh no, the second, fourth, and fifth always have like angels in them, so we'll have to watch out for that. Game is comical at times. Bayonetta. Yeah, the witch hunts are over. I'll probably end after this chapter, I think. I don't know. I don't know how long this game is. I assume it's, like... Actually, I have no assumptions to make, so... Hey Limit, how you doing? Good to see you, bud. How did you stream? How's Fire Emblem? It's 800 hours? Yeah, no, fine. I'll play for 800 hours. Alright, torture him, torture him! Damn it! I missed my chance. Stupid ball. Oh, I'm a crow. Oh. How did that happen? Why did I become... I didn't want to become a crow. Nice! Glad you had fun. I feel bad that I haven't been to pretty much any of those, but I do want to play the Fire Emblem games that I haven't played at some point, which is most of them. Huh. There's 17. Okay, then that's good. Then if I were to stop here, then I'd be pretty much halfway through the game. I'm very bad at this game. Don't play Fates? Okay. Is it not good? Like... I did not mean to take a screenshot, but that's alright. It's good, but there's stuff you're not a fan of. Fair enough. Man, where's the gates of hell when you need it? I could use some life. Now I gotta fight fire hands over here, and I've got like one hit left, and I'm gonna die. Anything in here? Please? Please give me... Hey, no, please. Can I make something? Is that... I think... If I want a starting point, awakening is best. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I've heard. So I do... okay, so... I don't have any... Oh, I have 27, okay. What do I want? I want that thing, so I need lots of green. Shit. Damn it! One day I'll learn. One day I'll learn. Good. A mega green herb lollipop. I take 10 of these. 10 of these. 10 of these. Magic flute. That should help. It's one way to die. At least I didn't. Yeah. Stop counting my deaths and, like, embarrassing me. So you're serious, though? Don't play Fates, huh? Or, like, you wouldn't recommend it, I guess? Is a better way to put it? Gotcha. Okay, so don't let Fates. Don't start with Fates. Damn, that's pretty good. Alright, pick this up, please. Thank you. The claw. So the next one will be a free, like, free of pain, so... Oops. Well, wasted that. Man, now that I've actually played Bayonetta, I'm, like, really understanding why people seem to really love this game and the character. Like, she's an extremely fun character. Oh, I do own 3 houses, actually, so I will play that. I made it to chapter 2 and got sidetracked and never picked it up again, unfortunately. Maybe I'll make that a sub-goal, but it would have to be a pretty large sub-goal, because that's a pretty long game. But you hear 2 is better? Ooh. Spit me out, thank you. I don't mean to go into cougar mode or whatever the hell I'm supposed to be. I think I'm a panther. I made that mistake like 3 times already. But cougar mode seems a little bit more on the nose. No, bad dog. Yeah, now you're in for it. you. Hmm. Fair, actually. So basically what you're telling me is start with Awakening. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying, like, yeah, this is the Keyblade. We've been playing Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I need to reforge that, as it turns out, yes, I do. Magic flute. Oh, okay, first let me do that. Yeah, use that lollipop. Get that money. Yeah, by money I mean health. Free me from pain. Yeah, there was also a Mario Odyssey section. Well, the moon rock from Mario Odyssey actually just kept falling on my head. So like, yeah, we're still in that section. And don't forget there was a Cars 3 section. God, this feels like it's one of the dream levels in SpongeBob's Battle for Bikini Bottom. I don't trust this, but like, am I gonna open it anyway? Yeah. Oh, good, a piece of heart. Thank God, a heart container. I needed that so bad. Hello. What is your name? My, you are large and in charge. You're like a little boat. You're like a big boat. Your name is... Kinship. Aww. He's kinning. Oh, Lord. You have missiles? Devil. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, God. Where am I? Where am I? You mean... Can I use my flute now? My special leprechaun flute? Passed down from generations from my great-great-grandfather who's Irish. I'm on a boat and it's going fast and everybody look at me on a motherfucking boat. I'm gonna die. That's gonna cost me my life, actually. Yup. Oh, I died on a boat. This ship is very pretty. Yeah, this one. God, I wish I was keeping count of my deaths, honestly, because this must be like at least 30. I'm not good at this game. Alright, kinship, you and me. Rude. Let me board you. You have so many bronze trophies. Bro, I got stone trophies, okay? I don't want to hear about. Please put me back on. Nope, you're not going to. Oh look, one of these observatory thingy-mabobbers. Yeah, silver medal, I'll take it. Somehow. Messiah! Ooh, oh, me early at PCS. Please, what are you? Broken Moon Pearl. Well, this is like the first one of those I've seen. Oh, thank you. A little bit of health. Every bit helps. Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Alright, hit that. Oh, man. Oh boy, here. Did I miss? Oh. Oh, what did I miss? I call bullshit on that, okay? The game shouldn't have let me miss. Bayo. Thank you. Okay, Bayo. Bayonnaise. Thank you. Oh, low blow. Unfair. Damn you, Joyce. Wow, I thought I dodged that. The game's hard. Is there a hard mode? Does it get when you finish this, is there like a hard mode? Because like I know what I will never be doing. When I did this the first time, hitting all of them seemed borderline impossible, but I've changed my mind and they don't seem that impossible anymore. Okay, don't you dare. What a violent death frame you have there. Don't you whip me. Only one person's allowed to do that. I have noticed, as I've been playing this, that my fighting game strategy of find the combo that I like the best and don't use any other ones has bled into this game, so... sue me. Hello. Hello, Moonrock. Oh god, the gates have help. Yes, let me in. Let me in. Let me in.
devil.
Yeah.
Relax. I'm just fucking with you.
Can afford that finally. On sale. I want it. Damn, Bayonetta is like the Kim Kardashian of witches. You know what I'm saying? Oops. Didn't even notice that the thing ended. Thanks, game. That was very kind of you, but I did enjoy seeing Paper Bayonetta. I like the comical patterns going on here. These are great. Oh no. I recognize these dudes, and I'm not happy to see them again. What am I gonna fight at the end of this? Probably something awful. The moon? Does that mean I can witch walk? I see a moon. Can I witch walk, please? Whom? Whomst is going to show up this time? Oh, the ball. Cult device golem. Or golem. I'm gonna say golem. Oh dear. Man, cheap shot, cheap shot. Don't really feel like giving me any time to do anything, do you, Golem, whatever. Witch time, cool. Not that it's much use when I'm getting my ass handed to me. Oh, bird. Thank you. Oh. Thanks for the red hot shot there. Oh, you're a boss. Okay. Maybe I hopefully won't see any more of you. I'll say, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The censorship in this game is super cool. It is super fun. What happened? What happened? Oh. This game has the Enzo trophies. They're stone. Let me collect my shit, Bayo. And get over there and get my reward. My chimp that I earned. Oh, another piece of heart. Okay, great. Yeah, I did like that boss design, actually. That was really cool. Oh, we did it! Okay, great. Oof, yeah. There's one right now. Alright, well that was fun. I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm getting... this was super fun, but I'm getting a little tired. Okay, after Angel Attack, I'm gonna call it. Not very good at Angel Attack, hello. $53, not bad actually. I'll take that. What is the max number? Like, what? Honestly. No, not this. Yeah. Chapter 10 is A Sea of Stars, which we will do the next time I stream this. We probably after Thanksgiving, honestly, because I don't think I'm going to stream at all next week, so we're trying to get in our jollies this weekend. Thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it. Let's do our little spiel here. If you are not already following me on Twitter, you are very lucky, but if you want to, you can tweet and stuff. If you're not in the Discord and you want to be, cool, do that. We love people. We love meeting new people, so we'd love to have you if you're not in there. We'd love to meet you. And finally, please consider following all of the people on this list. The twitch.tv/team/smiletime link takes you to the Smiletime charity Twitch team, where you can find a bunch of great streamers that are going to be participating in the Smiletime charity event December 17th through 19th, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. each of those days. It's going to be a lot of great streamers, a lot of great stuff going. We got a lot planned for you guys, and I cannot wait to tell you more. In the meantime, follow all those people. That's it. I'm just gonna what has been going on. I'm just gonna use the raid message that's been going through my mind since I basically started the game. Now that means we have to find somebody who this raid will resonate well with. So let's see who's live right now. So I'm still working on the end of stream spiel. Never been very good at that. So, you know. Who do we got? We got Maniacal. I haven't read Maniacal. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, I believe. Yeah. Just practice? Yeah. I should probably like write something out and then I can you know, do better about it. But, you know, that's for later. Right now I'm just gonna send you all over there. I love that OBS now finally supports having the chat in the sidebar, like regular old OBS. Very nice. The Maniacal Gamer. We're gonna send our love over to Maniacal, and it's gonna be cool. Xenoblade is a great game. Not really my cup of tea as far as like the gameplay goes, but it's a fantastic game with a fantastic story. You shouldn't miss it. Oh, I just didn't know it. I didn't know until recently. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. You have a great night, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Maybe tomorrow I'll play some like Mario Party or something on stream. I don't know. We'll see. Night.
I might have enough to I can get Shulkin rights